inspector failed us on the test the other day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the way it's set up is a bit messy. But yeah, it's because we have to take it off of it. But yeah. No, yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said, then I'm coming by week after next, and then just like the other night,
And
Jeff
they'll be
called
the
him,
first
but
one.
didn't
Like
have
I
right
had.
right charges on. So
Oh,
just
I'm
kind of
sick
like
because
that.
of the
So
mold. I had to clean
then
up.
you get yeah, I lost it. Yep. Yeah. Oh, did it? Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Gerald, we're about to start. I need you in your seat, please. Okay, good morning, everybody. Again, I'm Bart Brooks from Alachua County. Welcome to our summer risk management training. Excited to see everybody. Really looking forward to having the ability to collaborate and be able to share different items and things that are going on in your district. I really am excited looking over the agenda. Pam and Ken have done a great job of putting together, listening to you at the last meeting about what things that you would like to see. And I think that we have a great agenda for us to really dig into some things. On today's agenda, I'm really excited about the builder's risk items because I learned the hard way with builder's risk. It was something that kind of came at me very quickly, and if it weren't for Stephanie and Todd and CJ and all those people that support us, I wouldn't have got through it because I was stressed out. I'm sitting there trying to figure out how in the world we're going to make this happen. And it was very enlightening to me, and I learned a lot. Sometimes going through those things, you learn things that you really didn't know. And so that's something that I hope you'll get a lot out of. Also, the cyber information. In Alachua County, we just had our recent, first time I've been involved with it, a cyber event. And if it weren't for Beasley, and I'll praise them because they were on top of it from the beginning to the end, even to the point where at the end, how do we respond to those affected employees, that we could intelligently explain to them the process and what we went through in the investigative process. Beasley was our right-hand person with our IT department. It ended up being not a breach of our system. It was just identity theft. But of course, all the employees that were affected think that it was a breach of our system. But based on Beasley's investigation, it deemed it was not a breach of our system. So it was a very detailed investigative report. They were actually got into our system. They were able to dig into all the IP addresses and everything that was used. So it was very enlightening to see that process. So there are a lot of things that you go through as a risk manager that you may not necessarily, you think, oh, I've seen it all. Well, you don't see it all until it actually happens to you. So that's the one thing about risk management that I've seen that you can go day to day and it's always something different. And you got to be able to adjust those things. But the good thing about being with Fizbit is you have the resources to be able to help those employees or also help you and the district be able to be protected. So I'm really looking forward to those presentations. But again, if anybody been through a cyber event here? Oh yeah. So, those are difficult to go through because you got angry employees, obviously, and those are things that, especially if it's a widespread thing. Luckily, this was kind of contained for us, so it wasn't widespread, but there's a lot of ins and outs and legal things that you have to go through, and Beasley walked you through that step by step. So I'm really excited about that. While we got a little bit of time, is there anybody that wants to share anything about anything recent that's going on in their district, good or bad? Yes, ma'am. Good deal. All right. Well, we are getting close here, so we'll go ahead and start off our next presenter. That is, I don't have it on me. Who's next, Ken? Keith. Diligent.
So I'm going to go ahead and just do my presentation from back here. Hopefully you won't have to crane your necks too much. I know I'm a joy to observe, but let me just switch over here to our... So many of you all have received your invitation for Diligent. I kind of went through this morning and looked, and it looks like most of you have gone ahead and activated your accounts, which is great. If you have not, maybe see me during the break, and we'll make sure that you get yours set up and running. So as you know, Diligent is the new board docs, and eventually all of the districts will be moving to Diligent. It's not really something that you have a choice. Diligent purchased board docs, and they are in the process of migrating everybody to this new platform. And we have launched it for this meeting as a way to kind of get practice and determine whether or not it's something that's going to be easy for us and how we integrate it into our meeting process. And I think Ken and Pam have done the yeoman's job in terms of loading up presentations and building agendas, and I think that they have found that it is easier to use than Board Docs was. But what's great for you all is that it's going to be a little bit more organized. I believe you're gonna find as you navigate it that's a little bit more accessible, and there's some great features on here that we'll be using to give you access to the most recent board documents and policy manuals that we have. So when you log in to your Diligent, you're going to see something like this, and most of your life in Diligent is going to be in boards and governance, and then community, and that's where all of our meetings will be listed. So as of right now, you can go in and you can see that the Summer Risk Managers meeting is located here. If you click it, you'll be able to scroll down, and this will look a little bit like board docs, I think, to you as you kind of navigate this. There's some features that we're not using currently in terms of a public site. It kind of has more of a feel of a website. You probably have seen similar things with local government websites. We haven't implemented those front-facing tools yet because ours is more of a private kind of engagement with our members as opposed to opening it up for a whole community to look at. So when you click onto the agenda, you're gonna see the items. You'll see that there are the actual presentations are located within the agenda items. If you want to download one of those agenda items, you can just click and you can download it as a PDF, or you can download it in its original file type. Again, it's pretty easy to navigate, and again, as internally as we get better, it'll be better and better for all of us, I believe, in terms of our engagement with the actual content of an agenda. There are a couple items that are new in terms of the navigation. We have this section that's called Goals that allows us to post our strategic plan, and we'll be able to track activity related to the strategic plan. I know that FSBA and Andrea utilize this pretty elaborately for their meetings, and they actually connect different agenda items that are in their meetings to strategic plan goals. So there's sort of this integration with the strategic plan that's kind of nice as well. So you'll be able to navigate here, click the strategic plan items, and download the documents So that again will be a living sort of document, a living area of Diligent. You'll be able to see as we progress through the strategic plan what that looks like here. There's also this libraries section that you can click, and that will house all of our board and trust documents. And again, this is a great tool that I'm looking forward for us to utilize. This is also one of these sort of living documents. As a staff, we're going to be able to go in and update documents, update process manuals. Some of them we will make available to the trust members. Some of them we will be using internally. But it's a great way for us to have all of our important documents in a central location. And there's also a very sophisticated way that we can track changes. I believe that that's going to be very helpful for not only the trust members, but also for staff as well. Just so you know, once you've logged in, you can see, just like a lot of the content management systems, you can click up here to update your profile. I think we just put some basic information in there when we first loaded you up, so you just kind of click the Update Profile tab, and you'll be able to put some more data in here about yourself. And then there's also this option for profile settings, and you'll be able to go in and select notifications, email notifications as well. I think this defaults to all, but it's just one area that you'll have access to. We can't go in and manage your profile, so if there's something in your profile that you don't like, we are not able to change that, so you'll have to do that yourself. Again, one of the great things about Diligent, and Andrea, you may be able to confirm this, is that there is a single sign-on for Diligent now. So whereas in the past, if you came to a FSBIT meeting, you would have to use a separate sign-on to get into board docs than the one that you would use back in the district. Now when you sign on, you should be getting an option as to which organization that you wanted to work with. You'll use the same username and password for all of your Diligent accounts, and you'll be able to select which account you want to view.
I can't confirm it today, but I hope to confirm it by the end of the day. But I did tell them that we didn't want to launch in Florida until that feature was available.
Excellent. All right.
So there's that. But let me ask you another question, Keith, while I'm here. Heretofore on the FSBIT website, there was a board docs link that would jump us right over. I don't see that for community yet. Is that something we're going to do?
Yeah, we'll get that updated on
Okay, thanks.
FSBIT.net.
Pardon?
On FSBIT.net.
Yeah, there's,
Yeah.
the different things.
We'll get that updated.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And let me also mention, you said that this isn't something that districts have a choice on, which is true. The Board Docs platform's 25 years old. So it's like when your iOS updates, this is the Board Docs update, although 25 years later. But your district does have an opportunity to kind of, when they decide they want to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
I think Okaloosa said they were ready and they went ahead and launched, and some others. But if you have Neola policies on Board Docs, the policy piece for community is not ready yet. And so you have to keep your policies on Board Docs, but use community for the agendas until that bridge is made,
Gotcha.
which is what we're doing. It's easy to do. But if you guys have any questions about the Board Docs and community, I can answer most any of them.
Yeah, I believe that in part the transition is tied to your renewal. I think that our renewal was just a month or so ago, so that was when they teed us to go through the process. So does anybody have any questions about Board Doc or Diligent? Super easy. Again, if you have any other questions or you have difficulty signing in, maybe let me know during the break. Lori, were you still having issues? You did. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. We can resend that email too. You should have
I'll be
access
all
to.
I won't be drinking.
All right. Let me.
Keith, you want to cue me up? Wait, oh. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt. Hey, good morning, everybody. I think I've said good morning personally just to, well, all of you. So good to see you, and glad to have you here. Sorry that we've tortured the risk managers and had them sit up front. I know that's like the ultimate. Really, you're doing that? But we wanted to make it easier for you to talk to each other over the next couple of days. This is really going to be more for you to get what you need to get out of this next couple of days. We have, talked with everybody, tried to really identify some areas that you felt like that you needed some additional information in. For some of you, some of it's going to be a reminder, a good refresher. Others, there's going to hopefully be some takeaways where you're like, okay, this is really going to help me to go back and do what I need to do in my district. And so there'll be a lot of opportunity to kind of reflect, talk to each other, maybe fill in some gaps for you, or you might be in a position to help somebody else to fill in some gaps for them. So looking forward to the next couple of days with you. We're starting out with the role of the risk manager. Always good to kind of stop and go, let's make sure we all are up to speed on what the risk manager should be doing and what that looks like within individual districts. I found this, I kind of like it. It really does speak to what the risk manager should be doing within their district. You're really in a position to be aware of risk throughout the various departments. And I like the fact that, you're often the one that needs to be the calmest in the room. If you're not, then that might be an area of self-reflection to say, I'm supposed to be the one that goes, this will be all right, even though you know it's really bad, right? So what are some of the skills of a risk manager? This is, these are the kinds of things. You really have to be pretty well-rounded, don't you? If you're not that good of a communicator, that shuts down a piece of what you're trying to do as a risk manager, right? If you're not problem solving, if you're not stopping to kind of look to see what's going on in your district and kind of get that big picture, then you're losing out on an opportunity to be able to impact the risk that's going on. You're either going to be on the front end or you're going to be on the back end doing cleanup, right? They're going to call you when something bad happens. Most likely you're going to be doing both, right? You're not going to be able to prevent all risk, but hopefully as you kind of look at these different areas, you think, okay, where am I on the front end and on the back end, right? Am I that person that people know they can call to try to work out the risk within a particular area, or am I the person that they're only calling whenever something goes bad? So we'll look at those and kind of think about that as we go. The next couple of days are going to be opportunities for you to give FSBIT some feedback about areas that FSBIT needs to be looking at to improve what you do and give you the opportunity and support that you need. But there's also going to be plenty of opportunity for you to evaluate some different areas of risk to kind of see where that is. I kind of like this because I think this really speaks to the challenges that you guys are facing within the school districts, right? The risk manager can have the title. Some of you have the title of risk manager. That is who you are. Others of you have some other title. You're the HR, you're in finance, you're in a different role, but they're still expecting you to be the risk manager, right? They're still telling you you're the risk manager, but yet you don't have that title. You may be having primary or secondary responsibilities in certain departments. You may or may not be the highest leader within your department. Do you have a supervisor that you answer to that may be in your department, but probably in another department, right? Most people are either under finance or they're under HR or they have somebody else that they're answering to that's in another department. You may not be at the table with key decisions. You may be finding out stuff afterward. Those are some of the challenges that we know that you guys face within your different roles. How many times are you surprised about something that's going on that nobody asked you about, that there's some problems with that you've got to kind of walk through? You may be given some direct responsibilities or you may not.
You often have to get creative, right, to try to find a place at the table. Hey, I heard about this or I watched that. Some of it may be watching school board meetings. It may be looking at those agendas and seeing different things that are happening that you may not be aware of, that you're going, hey, can we talk about this? Is there anything that I can do to support you? You know, kind of getting that edge in that way instead of going right to the, hey, this is probably going to be a big mess. How about I help you get through it? You know? So it's looking at how you can kind of impact those different areas. So this is just a good reminder. Ken sent this out a few months ago, a reminder of the risk management process. You'll hear the term enterprise risk management, and I think maybe last fall I did a presentation on that. Very similar process, right? It's just this simple idea of what do I know to be the risks within our community, within our district? Am I identifying and analyzing and looking at those? And then what am I doing about them? What is my organization doing to respond to the risks that are happening? Here it is kind of broken down a little bit further into what does the risk manager do in these particular areas? Scanning the environment is understanding the organization. We're going to get into some more detail about that. Understanding current and emerging risks. So you're constantly responding to the risk that's going on, right? And then you're watching to see some new program or something new that somebody's developing and whether or not there's some risk that you need to respond to. We're going to talk about analyzing. That's probably the biggest challenge, I think, that and actually knowing what risk is going on within the organization. But trying to get time to analyze and understand the risks that you need to impact. Having then a plan to respond to those risks. And then communicating and being aware of training and different things that are happening when something's being implemented. You know, a lot of it is asking questions, right? I think that's really important. Inquiring and being observant and interested in what's happening in different departments within the district. You're often sometimes answering them yourself, right? You're having to not only figure out what the questions are that you need to ask, but then what the answers to those questions are. I put on there sometimes it can be a little lonely. You're the only risk manager, right? And so how many people understand really what you're trying to do for the district and how you're trying to impact that? So that's why these get-togethers and the opportunity to be a part of a trust is helpful, because we need to support each other in that way. I picked transportation because I think it's an easy topic to resonate with everybody. Just about everybody knows some of the challenges that go along with transportation. So we're going to kind of just keep this in mind as we go through this, kind of taking you through a sample process. You can pick something else that's on your mind and kind of be processing through that too, and think about how you would respond to some current risk that's going on in your district. But we'll use transportation just to kind of walk through this together. This is one of the most difficult pieces, is stopping to read and understand your policies and procedures and the things that are going on within the district. It's very time consuming, especially an area that you haven't been that involved in. Do you have policies and procedures in transportation, and does anybody have them in a place where everybody can get to them? Do you actually know what's going on in the policy and procedures within the transportation department? What is that culture over in transportation? I say over there, but you guys know what I mean. in that other building where Matthew knows his office is actually, and he's over transportation, so he can resonate with this. But you know, what's happening in that department? What are those policies? Do they have any goals? What does the leadership look like there? You're also analyzing the effectiveness of the leadership within the various departments, right? You're kind of attuned to risk that's happening within departments where there might not be as strong a leadership, because that's where you're going to see more opportunities where there's going to be mistakes that are made or procedures that are not followed. Kind of stopping to look at those things. Tomorrow, at the end of the day, we're going to kind of take each kind of topic within risk management and give you an opportunity to think about this process and look at your own district and what's happening. Talk to somebody else, what's happening within their district. But you're looking at, what data do I have? How can I even begin to assess the risk in transportation? Yeah. Do you have access to data that the transportation department doesn't have? Do they ever get to see the data that you have access to? Yeah. I know Okaloosa's done a great job with sharing out information. That was an initiative a couple of years ago that you guys have continued that made that a priority. I need to get this data in a place where I can share it out so that these schools, these other departments, they know what their claims data looks like. Yeah. What other data do I have? Do I have anything else that I can provide them? Do they need to assess their own policies and procedures and look for gaps? Why are these claims happening, and where are some areas we can impact? Conducting risk assessment, we're going to talk about that. We're not going to get into the details, but I will show you a couple of things that give you some ideas about that risk analysis. That's a pretty involved process, very appropriate for new programs. But it may be that you see a problem or an issue within a certain department or a school that you want to kind of take yourself through that, and maybe even take an administrator or another team member through that process. So we're kind of just looking at these different areas and saying, okay, what's going on right now? Are they wanting to do anything new? Is there any new risk, or am I just responding to what's currently risk adverse there, what problems we're having? Would you say most of the time you're responding to current risk, or are you looking at new risk all of the time? What do you guys think? Current? Yeah. There's a lot of it, isn't there? Yeah. And some of it you look at and you go, oh, and you have to walk away, right? Maybe you don't have an ability to impact that particular risk at that time. This is really about, what is my low-hanging fruit? What am I going to impact this upcoming year? You know, you have to kind of bite it off in smaller chunks. What are my highest risk concerns? So you're kind of looking at it from that standpoint. So we think about transportation. How is that running? How's that working for us? What are my biggest risks there? Is that an area that I want to impact next year? In a small way, maybe just giving them their data? Or do I need to impact that in a bigger way? You've got all these different options about how you can engage in those conversations and impact that risk, right? It can be informal. You could sit down with the person and say, hey, I noticed this. Is there anything I can support you with? But it also might be sharing that data. It might be walking a particular department through a risk assessment. Hey, let me show you this resource that I have. Do you think this would be helpful for you to look at some areas of improvement? Especially when you get a new person in somewhere, right? That's a great opportunity to kind of pounce on that situation. Say, hey, let me tell you about what I do. And then you just say, this is what I do for you. And you go ahead and plant that seed. Takes a lot of time, especially our bigger districts, one person. Smaller districts, you shouldn't have any risk, right? You got no, the problem in a smaller district, right, is that you have 15 other jobs, and you're in charge of some of these areas, like transportation, like running a school, so you all have your challenges to be able to get that done. But sometimes it's about being in the role. Hey, this is what I do for you guys. Selling yourself, right, and what your position is and how you can help different people that you engage with within your district. So Keith actually found this. We were looking at risk assessments because we're doing some risk analysis within FSBIT and looking at different risk areas. And we're also looking at new programs, and we'll talk about that when we look at strategic planning a little bit. But I like this. This is a very simple, what is the likelihood, what is the consequence? Right? How severe is each thing when I think about risk? And again, this doesn't always have to be on paper, right? You can do this in your head. This is just asking those simple questions of how likely is this situation to be a problem or a risk for us? Sometimes you have to do it to set priorities, right? Because there's risk all around. So you're saying, what are my biggest risks? And what are the potential consequences if I don't do anything about it, or if we allow this risk to linger and to stay in place? This is more detailed, and this involves kind of looking at things in a much more granular level. You actually can take a particular risk. Let's take transportation, and let's say that they're implementing, because some of you have dealt with this, they're implementing volunteers subbing for the school bus routes. Desperate, right? That's a desperate move, wouldn't it be? So what is the risk potential for that? High, yeah. Potentially high. What is the likelihood of a severe, a major consequence from that? Yeah, pretty high, right? But let's say somebody higher up than you says, we're doing this, right? So then you said, what are you going to do? You know, what's going to be your impact? What are you going to be concerned about? I like some of this. This really kind of helps you to see, you know, is it almost certain that you're going to not be able to mitigate the risk in that situation? You know, what are some of the measures that need to be in place? So you're going back to your procedural stuff, right? You're going back to that first step. What practices are in place? What safety nets are in place? Who are these people? What are their skill levels? What is their background? Are we running a driver's license check? Are we, what are the circumstances in which we would utilize somebody like that? We don't always think about it, but what's another close relative to that scenario? You're like, oh gosh, we would never do that. Well, what about adjunct coaches driving buses that work only in a coach's supplement for the school district? Not only are they not driving a nice little route that they could practice and get good at, they're traveling out of county, right? Yeah. So lots of opportunity to see risk and to go, oh, what are we doing about that, and how comfortable are we with that situation? It's very hard, you guys know, to get people to be worried about risk if nothing's ever happened that they can remember, right? There's no sense of urgency. That likelihood of that is so unlikely that you don't even need to be talking to me. Yeah. So again, your communication skills are really important in that situation if you feel a concern for that area. Maybe you're not going to make some grand elimination of that risk, but maybe you're going to be able to mitigate it a little bit by a few actions. I always thought I felt better just saying it, right, to somebody above me. Hey, this is bothering me. I actually lost sleep the other night over this. I just wanted to mention it to you. And then you walk away. If you need me to, I could do this or that maybe, or we could look at this to reduce that risk a little bit. So sometimes it's that, right? And then it's walking away. What's working and what's not working, you can usually see it pretty easily, can't you? Not really a surprise. Risk is pretty much jumps out at you in various ways. And then what are you going to do about it? This goes back to, you've got those different options and ways in which you interact and try to impact that risk. The hardest thing is being involved in so many different projects and having time to do this. Even when you're the risk manager and that's your job all day, there's so much risk out there. So you have to stop and set some priorities and figure out what you're going to work on and do it in short term. Do I know what my goals and what my focus is going to be in the upcoming year? What are some common things in transportation? And Matthew, I probably left a few off. These were the obvious ones, right? More safety training for drivers. Could they use more safety? They have some required safety training, right? What is it about? Is it sufficient? Does it go into enough depth? Does it remind them of the most important things that create accidents when I look at the data? Yeah. What are the safety nets in place for that? How many buses clip another car on a turn? All of them. Yeah. So if you're in St. John's and you're trying to turn in a busy downtown area, yeah, all of them. So if you're out in the country, maybe that's not your biggest issue. Maybe it's mailboxes, you know. There you go. Yeah. And what happens? What happens? You got all these rules, and you're like, oh, well, Miss Betsy, you know, we can't come down and pick Junior up at the end of that street. And what does she say? Oh, yes, you will. And then she calls a school board member, and guess what? You're driving down that street, right? And you're trying to figure out how to turn around, or you're at least getting closer. And so we put ourselves in some of those situations, and then your role potentially is how can we help avoid something bad from happening. Drivers and covering routes. What about subs? How many of you have your maintenance people driving and filling in for the bus routes? Yeah. And other people, right? Other people that don't normally drive are filling in because of the fill rate for driver subs. You got an entire bus route that's open. You know, subs are one thing, and you'll get I don't know if your district tracks your percentage of fill rate. I know, you know, on contract with contract companies, they do. They can tell you on any given day the percentage of fill for your substitutes. We've got 80% fill. They're shooting for, I hate it. What's the goal, like 80, 85%? You're like, what? Why isn't the goal 100%? But that's the reality, right? And then your fill rate. Maybe you have, you have some chair drivers or whatever you, what's the term I'm looking for? Your bench drivers. Maybe you keep some bench drivers. You still probably have a fill rate issue to get 100% every day, and people are being pulled. What are your risks there? How can you avoid that? If you don't have bench drivers, what are the benefits of bench drivers? If you've got an 80% fill rate, you've got some room there to have some bench drivers that you can keep busy every day, right? Is the district taking those measures to do some of those things to not put people in buses that are not driving every day and do not have that practice? What about training for subs? Who's doing that? How extensive is it? Those subs, that's a tough role, right? Stepping into a new route in the morning and everybody wanting you to be on time and trying to figure out the route itself and then deal with the kids who are taking advantage of you, right? They're worse than they ever are on a good day with the regular driver. Then you're ready. There you go. Yep. You've got them familiar with those routes. So yeah, there's some things that can do. Hey, are we running our subs through these routes? Do we have mapping? How much information do they have available when they do step onto that bus? And if you've got a driver who's not that good with discipline already, and then you throw a sub on there, you really have an unsafe situation often. So what are some tools that those drivers have to manage that behavior? Asking lots of questions. And again, you're sometimes answering those too, and then trying to impact that risk. Barriers to communication. I mean, sometimes people just don't want to hear it, right? Or if they do listen and they go, yeah, that's great, and oh yeah, we'll see about that, and then you walk away and then nothing happens. That happens sometimes too. But again, the absence of not saying it puts you at a disadvantage to even have an attempt to try to have that impacted. And again, putting yourself out there to say, what can I do to help? What do you need? How can I support you? Sometimes it's being the risk manager with that department person that says, hey, help me move this. And ideally, that's the kind of communication you want to have. You want people to feel comfortable picking up the phone and saying, will you help me move this? That it's not going to be a bad thing if you're involved. And That's part of the challenge too. If you're always on the back end, if they call you to clean up or they call you when something bad happens, it's very difficult to impact on the front end because people get defensive when you are sitting in the room. So if you don't have some of these engaging, how can I help you? I'm just stopping by. How's everything going? What can I do for you? If you don't have any of that type of relationship, then it makes it very difficult to impact risk that's happening except to clean up on the back end. So you're just thinking about and looking at opportunities and ways that you can do that. And honestly, trying to figure out how to fit it into your schedule. Right? Sometimes it may be getting in front of principals or leaders and say, hey, superintendent or your boss, can I talk to the group about this topic or that topic? Sometimes that's all you have time to do. And you're planting those seeds and you're letting everybody know I'm here on the front end as well as the back end, right? Once things are put in place, once new programs are there, ongoing programs, again, it's part of that goal setting cycle and what am I monitoring and then what am I reporting on? How am I getting the information that I have about the success or the failure of different areas of risk and how am I sharing that out in a positive way? Now, I kind of like this. All things are difficult before they're easy. I know sometimes they probably don't ever feel like they're easy, but that is somewhat true, right? If I plan ahead, if I stop, if I try to be proactive, if we implement something and I'm on the front end, it is easier for me and for everybody involved if we prevent risk, right? So we're going to talk about a lot of different ways that we really can be about preventing risk over the next couple of days, try to keep it from happening. All right. That's it. Any questions? All right, awesome. Who's got the agenda? Are we, who's our next up? Oh, Stephanie.
Okay, so today I am going to talk about builder's risk and insurance coverages. I know we've talked about this a couple of times, but I want to make sure that everybody understands when to use FSBIC's coverage, maybe the contractors is appropriate, and then we also have the standalone builder's risk. So I want to make sure we cover all of that. Yeah. Is it on? Am I doing this wrong? Yeah. So this slide shows the type of coverages and programs. Most often what we see with builder's risk projects, your new school builds, things of that nature, the contractor provides all coverages. There's what's called a CSIP, which is a contractor controlled insurance program, and that's going to be for those larger projects, maybe a new school where they have insurance like under an umbrella. You'll have your builder's risk, your general liability, workers' comp, any kind of coverage that's needed for the project, and that's all contractor controlled. And then to kind of skip down, an owner controlled insurance program, something that we are currently trying to build, that would be for the school district to manage. So that would be your builder's risk, GL, in excess coverages, but your contractor would still have their workers' comp, professional liability, things like that. But this is something that the owner could control as well. But those are for the larger, complex projects. And then you've got FSBIT's property coverage and builder's risk coverage. And those are just for renovations, smaller renovations. Those are not going to be for your new builds. And right now, currently, you guys are reporting anything that's over $1 million to us. So we want to kind of keep track of that because you share that coverage with all the members. Another option is to have just FSBIT handle the builder's risk standalone coverage, and then the contractor handle everything else. When you have your own policy, of course, you can manage what kind of limits you want, deductibles, make sure there's no coverage gaps, exclusions that you don't want to be there in case a claim comes up. You may have cost savings. Even if you don't want to go that route, we can still get you a quote and you can compare it to the contractors. So builder's risk coverage, $1 million up to $25 million. Like I said, FSBIT has $25 million in coverage, but you got to remember it's across all districts. So say you've got 10 projects going on and a hurricane comes through and wipes out all that equipment, that's going to be a shared limit between all of you guys. So you just got to make sure you keep that in mind. So the contractor, if they secure it, they'll secure all of those coverages that are listed up there, your builder's risk, general liability, auto liability, excess over those coverages, pollution, and workers' comp. Something currently right now you can do is have the contractor have or cover all of that insurance, and then FSBIT to do a standalone builder's risk. And that's something that Alliant can help you with, but you got to make sure that you give us at least 90 days because we want to have coverage in place once that first, dirt hits, with that first building project it starts, you want to have that coverage in place. And there's a lot of information that goes into that. So just make sure that you have plenty of notice. And I know sometimes, as Pam was talking, the risk manager's last to know. I know Bart had a situation. I know Matt's had a situation where you don't find out until later, and it's kind of too late, right? So anyways, and you want to make sure that even if it is too late, and even if the contractor is securing those coverages, that you make sure they have adequate coverage. So contractor covered insurance, the limits are going to depend on the project size, right? So you want to make sure that that's appropriate. Want to make sure that they have general liability, auto liability, workers' comp. There's several different others, like pollution, professional liability, products completed operation, right? You want to make sure you have that coverage. And something that's vital is some of these contractors they'll come in, oh, we'll just get insurance for a year. They show you the proof. Your project goes on for 3 years and you don't have coverage. So you've got to make sure you stay on top of that. And every year, like, hey, can we get your certificate with updated dates? Can we see a copy of your policy? So what are the requirements of insurance coverages? Those just list out some different limits on projects. So, of course, you want to have your builder's risk, your general liability, including products completed operation. And so this coverage, too, so say a school gets built and they had, they did something wrong, you can come back on that general liability and get that coverage. Workers' comp, you want to make sure they have that. Auto liability. professional liability for architects, engineers, excess liability, pollution. You want the school district to have additional insured status on the contractor's coverage. Waiver of subrogation if that's available. And you want their coverage to be primary and non-contributory, meaning you want their coverage to cover anything that happens on that project and not come back to your policy. And then hold harmless language. The next few slides are just some examples that we got from a couple of the members on RFP language. So this just tells you, okay, you want to make sure that they're properly licensed, that they have all the coverages they need. This shows a couple of different coverages: bodily injury, 500,000, which is kind of low, $1 million per occurrence, and then they have excess, which that is kind of low. Then they have excess on top of that, so that's a little better. And then here's another example. This AIA is the American Institute of Architects, and I think this is kind of a standard contract for most projects, because it kind of looks like, I don't know if y'all are familiar with the ISO form in insurance, kind of looks like a standard for that. So it has a lot of good information when I was perusing through it. So it's got, you got your limits, what you should have in place, additional, making sure you have your certificates. I think somewhere, maybe at this next slide, had additional insured status. But this looks like a really good form or template to use for those contracts. And here's some more limits. You got your workers' comp, and then the employer's liability limits of $1 million, $1 million, $1 million, which is really good. Professional liability, pollution, which I mentioned. And here's another example of certificates of insurance and what should be required. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I remember, when I was looking through that one contract, I remember it saying, making sure that you had the property that's all risk, right? You don't want to have like specific perils that it covers. You want to make sure it covers all those perils. So yeah, when I was looking through it, it looked really good as a standard. Right. Okay, so processes for assuring insurance is active, right? You want to make sure that they have insurance, or you put insurance in place, that it's adequate, that the limits are appropriate, and it's maintained, meaning that it doesn't expire and you don't have coverage at all. So FSBIT Builders Risk, again, it's shared amongst all members, $25 million. Only covers builder's risk, and I think under our policy it's called course of construction. It's not going to cover any GL, excess, auto, workers' comp, pollution. So you need to make sure that if you do choose to do it like a standalone too, that the contractor has all those other coverages and it's adequate and appropriate. Intended for smaller renovations under $1 million. And there may be renovations over $1 million too that this will cover. One thing that is being implemented soon by FSBIT is a survey that you guys can fill out, because right now what you do is anything over $1 million you report it to me just so I can keep track of it. But they're actually building out a survey that you can populate all your information in, upload policies from the contractor, certificates, and then if you want us to review anything as far as the contractor's coverage or FSBIT, then we can do that too. So FSBIT Builder's Risk project up to $1 million. Ability to cover projects depending on total number of active or covered projects. So that goes back to tracking, right? We want to make sure that if a lot of districts have a bunch of different projects going on, that it doesn't, first of all, it doesn't exceed the 25 million, right? And then, just wanted to make sure that if it's a bigger project, you're not just relying on FSBIT's coverage. Because this is not, FSBIT's property coverage is not intended for builder's risk, but you have some coverage if you just need to do a renovation, say, to a cafeteria or something like that. That's what that coverage is for. So this is already included in your property premium, so it's no extra cost. And it's not intended, like I said, for larger projects or new builds. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So it's a modular that you're building and it's under $1 million? Oh, okay. Okay. If you so if you think so, you can do a couple of things. You can get the contractor's coverage, ask them ahead of time, hey, I want to see, what your quote looks like. We can do an alternate quote just for the builder's risk. It won't cover any of the other coverages with them, and we can do a comparison. So if you want to request the information from the contractor, because the contractor's policy or insurance may be adequate, you may not have to do anything, but we want to give you that option. And so if you want to come to us and say, hey, can you give me an option for the builder's risk, then you can compare the two and see which is best for your district. Yeah, but just get with me. Yeah. Right. Mhm.
Y'all reached out and asked for a list of anticipated projects.
Right.
I don't recall getting it this year, but some of those same projects that we have rolled into, they were pushed back and they're rolling into this school year.
Okay.
Side note, like when I have projects that are about to start, usually somebody from construction will notify me, and then I'll request a certificate of like insurance from y'all. But I also provide a breakdown of what what the anticipated expense for that project is.
Okay.
When I submit, none of them have approached $1 million. So I'm assuming like $1
Yeah,
million is
anything,
the trigger.
Yeah, exactly. Anything under $1 million for renovations should be covered under the. But
Okay.
we still, So anything that's over $1 million, we're kind of tracking just to make sure. But anything under, you should be fine. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Point. Oh, sorry. You've got two different things happening there. You're kind of tracking those smaller projects. Probably you may have a contractor that's doing all of those, right? That's a single contractor, getting those insurances and making sure that their contractor's insurances are kept up to date. So that can just be an ongoing process where you're maintaining that information. And then the other piece that we often don't see is paying attention to who the engineers are. Again, somebody that often is district contracted, they use the same person or company often, and whether or not you're collecting those insurance coverages for professional liability. They're accountable for their drawings and their engineering specs and the accuracy of those and potential risks that come about for those being wrong. So collecting that and maintaining and tracking that piece as well as a side thing from the builder's risk process.
Yeah, because everything is good and great when it's going on, but as soon as you have that first claim, you're like, okay, am I covered? Yes, yeah. So I mean that's when of course you have the concern. So builder's risk coverage ranges. So of course, anything over 25 million is not going to be covered under FSBITS. We don't even want to get up to that 25 million because the intent again is for those smaller renovations. And you may have a renovation that's over the million, maybe it's like 2 million, and it still be appropriate to have it under this coverage, but we kind of just need to look at those, and so that's what this survey will be. And like I said, until the survey is implemented, you can still send me emails and say, hey, this is going on, just want to make sure we have the appropriate coverage. So steps in evaluating coverage options. I was just talking about the Builder's Risk Assessment Survey. So you'll put all of your information in there. You'll be able to attach certificates, policies. So I know that you guys do get those certificate of insurances, but it's also important to get a copy of their policy, right? Because there may be something on there that's excluded that you really need. So it's important to get that as well. And FSBIT doesn't mind, or Alliant, us, we don't mind looking at that just to see, like if we see an exclusion, oh, you want to ask for that. You want to make sure you have all the coverages, right? You want to make sure you have named storm event. You want to make sure you have flood. So just, a copy of the policy is vital. If the contractor, per their RFP bid process, is providing the coverage, like I just said, certificate of insurance policy for review. You guys can also request an optional builder's risk standalone. And it's not just the standalone because maybe, the 25 million may get used up by all the members, but also having that option, it takes it takes it away from the FSBIT property program. So if claims happen, it goes against that builder's risk, right? It's not going to go against the whole group. It's going to go against just that one policy. So that's another plus for that. So if that's not something that you want to do, because it could be even cheaper. I mean, we could give you an option and it's better, cheaper and it's better coverage. Or if you don't want to do that, if you feel like your contractor's coverage is adequate, I mean, we don't mind looking at that policy for you. And I've already went over that. So just making sure contractor has all of the applicable coverages that they need at the appropriate limits. And if you need us to verify anything, we're happy to look at that. So benefits, again, of a standalone policy, you get to control that. You get to control what limits you want, deductibles, flood, soft cost coverages, which are going to be those engineering, architect design. Maybe the project gets delayed, or maybe a storm comes out and wipes everything. You have to start all over. There's going to be costs associated with that. You're involved in the claim conversation. If it's the contractor, you're not. So you have, that control as well. Could be a lower cost to you. You might also want to look for new partnerships with vendors. If you have any past concern with vendors, not securing them properly, maintaining coverage, you may want to move from that. So just always looking at that, making sure you have the best coverage and then the cost savings, because sometimes that cost savings, they tack on to the project itself, right, that insurance. So it could save you a lot of money, or it may not. You may have a good contractor that, maybe our quote is the same, or maybe ours is a little higher. So it's just good to have options, right, and not have to stay with just the contractor's information. Okay, so the role for the risk manager, monitoring any projects. Like I said, I know that sometimes you guys are the last to know. Maybe get with your facilities department and say, hey, if anything's going on like this, I need to know. I need you to tell me. District contact or RM completes the builder's risk survey. Yep. And then working with FSBIT and Alliant, and just make sure you have the proper coverages and making sure that you're checking those expirations. So the FSBIT Builders Risk Assessment Survey, so this is the information that's going to be asked. Bid information, insurance requirements, project plans and costs, selected contract information, project start date and completion date, insurance policy that details if they're provided by the contractor. And so the tentative date for this to start is September 1st. And, you know, like I said, we're happy to review anything. If you have any concerns, if you want us to get you a standalone builder's risk, we can do that. I'm hoping eventually maybe an OSIP program may be built out. It's not right now, but we're happy to look at anything and help you with anything.
I just want to mention here, we're probably going to start the survey for over $1 million projects, but Keith has been great to kind of help us implement some things through Microsoft 365. We're doing a list tracking of these projects, so we'll be able to have them stored and available for you to be able to see them. If you want to try to track your projects under $1 million, or if we decide that we want to add those projects for tracking purposes, then we can do one of two things: help you set that up within your own system. It's super easy, believe it or not. I really mean that. And then easier than an Excel spreadsheet, because you can mark and identify your different statuses and track those things. And then you also can store your insurance policies and things within those lists. So it's a nice way to keep up with that if you need a different format for that. But we're going to start with $1 million over and start gathering that information. The reason that we feel like this area is kind of critical is because we really have not kind of been tracking that to make sure that you have those appropriate coverages. At the end of the day, that's on the district, right? There's a lot of assumptions, I think, with these contractors that they have the insurance they said they're supposed to have in place. The liability is often still on that contractor. If something happens, we told you you had to have it. Still puts you in a little bit of an awkward position to answer to a board if you said, well, you didn't check. You didn't make sure that it wasn't expired. Santa Rosa kind of learned that the hard way, and we had a contract with a huge vendor for substitutes, and they let their insurance lapse. We didn't know it. Was we weren't tracking it. That was on my watch. And so, you know, those are the kinds of, again, until
Right.
something happens, right?
Yep.
You're like, oh my gosh, you just assume that these big companies
Right.
have their stuff together, and they often do not. And so this opportunity is whatever information you give us, we're going to try to help check it for you. Whatever information we don't have, we're not able to assure appropriate coverages for you. And so that's why we want to have this in place as a safety net for you guys, and to be available to make sure that you can have those policies looked at, and we can try to help make sure you've got a project that is going to be covered if something were to happen.
Bart, did you want to talk about your experience?
Yeah, just real quick. Like I said, I learned the hard way on this. I'll never forget it. It was May 16th. I'm driving back from Fort Myers. My brother was playing the state championship game, so I went down there. I'm driving back. I'm probably around Sarasota, Charlotte area, and I get a phone call from our construction and planning director, and says, "Hey, I want to use. I got this project. We're building a brand new school, or not building. We're renovating a school, and we want to use FSBIT's Builder's Risk." And I said, "Okay, well, let me call and find out." I said, "First of all, tell me how much the project is." $36 million. And it's just a renovation. It's not a new school. So I get on the phone. I was on the phone with Stephanie. I said, "Hey, I got this situation." She goes, "When is it starting?" I said, "I don't know." And so I said, "Let me find out." Well, building starts June 20th, and it's May 16th. I didn't even know that it was the next one. So we had a half-cent sales tax, so we're trying to prepare, you know, these different projects as we go with that money. And so when I'm talking to Stephanie, she goes, "Well, I need this information, this information." I didn't even know Builder's Risk even existed. So I'm sitting there, I get on the phone with Jameson, and I'm like, "What do I do here?" And then I remember, you know, on my way back to Gainesville, making all these phone calls, trying to figure out all this information. And luckily, with the help of Stephanie and Alliant team, I was able to kind of gather this information. Well, I go back to my construction and planning director, and I tell her I'm going to need all this information. She goes, "Well, why? It's already covered." Because she was under the assumption that it was already paid for. And so she told the builder, "Oh, we got it. FSBIT's got it." right? So we're in this panic mode. And she goes, I need the quote next week. I'm like, well, that's not going to happen. And so going through the process, she was under the impression that we had $25 million that we personally could use. And I said, coming to find out, after all my investigation and going through this process, I tried to explain to her these are for the smaller projects and not for major rebuilds. And she could not get it through her head. She was so frustrated. She goes, well, we're going to start construction. We're going to break ground on June 20th. What are we going to do? Well, we get all the way to about, I get with Taylor. Taylor, I send all the information up to Taylor. He gets a quote for me, and we come back with some $250,000 quote or something like that. And my construction and planning director just lost her mind. She's like, well, I can't pay that, and da-da-da. She goes, come to find out on June 15th, 5 days before they're going to break ground, she goes, well, I'll just use the construction builder's risk. I said, wait a minute, you already had one? She said, yeah, but I wanted to save some money. And so went through that process. Well, I shared the quote from Taylor, and she says, we'll just go with them. And so this whole process of a whole month of me just pulling my hair out, trying to figure, did I do something wrong? They had it the whole time. But again, I got the policy. I think I sent it to them. They reviewed it. It looked good. And they started construction. They're about to finish. But if you don't stay on top of, one of my biggest things my advice to you, and it's totally changed my life, was I've implemented as soon as there's a project, from the RFP process on. So our purchasing director that does all our RFPs, as soon as he gets one, he sends it to me. We start that process. I get with our construction and planning. I meet with them for the architecture all the way through that process until they start the building process. Because I want to know exactly what's going on and how it's being done, and making sure that they have the right coverage and those type of things. So it's a very important, if you do have a new construction project, even if it's a new school or anything, even if it's just building the cafeteria or redesigning the cafeteria, stay on top of that, because there's a lot of things, like I said, we don't know until we know. And sometimes we don't, I've never been involved in that process, but I am now, because I don't want to go through that again. So just make sure, and if there's questions, again, Stephanie and Alliant, they're with you the whole time. I think I probably blew up her cell phone minutes, because I was just calling her every single day, and emails, and after email, I think we sent 45 emails to each other. So I want to thank you for that. And again, it's a learning process. Sometimes you have to learn in the fire. And that's something that I definitely learned, but it was good for me, because now I know. So that's my experience.
That's great, Bart. Checking we talk about the boilerplate. That's kind of your framework that the district uses, and what that says. They should have an insurance framework, and we'll share some examples after the meeting. Alexander shared and Amanda shared a couple of different contracts with details, but making sure your boilerplates have the appropriate coverages. We did have a template. We're still meeting on what is being recommended by FSBIT, because the information that we got from some of the specialists was a little bit high, probably honestly not realistic and cost affordable for districts to up those coverage limits on some of those the various coverage lines, and having all of the different coverage lines that are offered. So we're still looking at that, but we are going to try to provide as much guidance and some minimum and preferred thresholds for coverages that are going to help offer some protections to the districts. And there's some state guidelines on coverages that are going to kind of be minimum frameworks as well. And the big thing is making sure that whatever is pushed out in that RFP has the language that you want, right, that has the limits that are appropriate. That's going to be your first step. Once you get that, at least you know that it's in there, that you've asked for what is appropriate and necessary for the projects. Then it's your monitoring system that you have, and how you're keeping up with those and making sure that those are that you're getting those certificates in.
Any other questions? Yep. Okay. Yep. I mean, just as soon as you can. Like if you, whenever you get those project details, start date, you know, at least 90 days. But if you know before that, I mean, that gives us plenty of time to gather because it's a lot of information. You can ask Bart. I mean, it's it's very detailed what they want. Yeah, right. And you know, and like I said, your contractor may have good coverage. I mean, you may not have to do anything, but you want to look at that and you want to see what their, you know, what coverages they have, the limits. So yeah, I mean, yep.
And we're gonna talk a lot about ideals, and then you got to do what is appropriate and what you can do within your district. The ideal thing is as soon as that bid hits and it's awarded, then you have two options. You're either chasing down the insurances through somebody within another department, or you're saying, hey, how about I go direct with the contractor? And you're interacting directly with the contractor and you're gathering those documents. Now, sometimes the contractors do not want to provide coverage or set coverage for builder's risk until later, right? Because they're going to do it, they're going to get it right before the project starts and those dates. So it may be that you're tracking that throughout and getting certain pieces of it later, but you can start gathering their standard insurance that they maintain for all projects and go ahead and gather those early.
Well, and I was going to say too, if you wanted, even if you don't go with it, if you want Alliant to give you a quote for the standalone, as soon as you get those details, we can send you the application and you can gather that information. So when you do get the contractor's builder's risk, you could say, okay, here's theirs, here's Alliance, which is better for us. Yeah.
Okay, we are at the break time, I guess, but Ken, we got about 30 minutes. If you want to knock yours out, or we want to just take a break? Okay. All right, so we're going to take, normally if we get a little extra time, we try to move forward. But yeah, we'll go ahead and take a break. I think it's 15 minutes, and we'll see everybody back here at 10:05. Sorry. I wish it was 11:05.
flavor, lemon blueberry. There's something in there for everybody.
Okay, it's about 10:15. I guess we're going to get rolling with our next presentation from Ken. He's got an exciting CTE presentation, so look forward to hearing it.
Thank you, Bart. So yes, we appreciate the presentations that have gone before, but we're going to get up and we're going to do some engaging activities on some kind of real life scenarios dealing with career and technical education. So here's what we're going to do. We are eventually going to end up playing the $25,000 pyramid. So here's we're going to divide into 3 groups of risk managers. So if you don't mind, if this row around to Sarah is one group. Bart, if you would join Lori, Shanna, and Alexandra, and then you 4 here are going to be the 3rd group. Okay? So Bart, if you would move over there, that would be great. And Sarah, if you want to turn around here. So Pam is going to pass out some sticky notes to you. And the first thing that you're going to do is you need to pick out a team name. So you got about 2 minutes here. So pick out your team name for the competition here. Of course. Of course. Get creative with your name. The Safety Nationals. Okay, everybody got a name? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, so this name over here, what's your name? The worst case scenarios. Very good. Very good. All right, what did you guys choose? If you're not first, you're last. Okay. The best outcomes? Okay, good. Positive thinking. I like that. Okay. All right. So here's what we're going to do. You already have the sticky notes in front of you, and so as risk manager, your job is to find ways to prevent injuries in the workplace. I'm going to read a scenario that's also up on the screen here, and your group is going to have 15 minutes to list as many ways as possible on your sticky note to remove or reduce the hazard your team has identified in the scenario. Okay? All right. The recommendations must relate to the scenario, be realistic, and be specific about the solution, and complete and thorough enough for all parties involved to know exactly what is expected. For example, if you say that someone needs training, it has to be specific as to what kind of training and who is responsible for delivering it. Okay? Any questions? I'm sorry, yeah, that was a little wordy. Yeah, we're in summer school, right? All right. So the recommendations must relate to the scenario, be realistic, and be specific about a solution, and complete and thorough enough that all parties involved know exactly what is expected. For example, if you say someone needs training, it has to be specific as to what kind of training and who will be responsible for delivering it. Okay? All right. Here's the scenario. All right. Sadie was working on the brakes of her car under the lift in the automotive shop. The teacher, Mr. Stately, was in an adjoining classroom when he heard a loud, blood-curdling scream. He came running out of the adjoining classroom around the tire machine and slipped and fell in a puddle of water. He was dazed, but got up and limped over to Sadie, who was still crying and holding her eye. Mr. Stately asked her what happened. She said Jeffrey was grinding on a piece of metal and the sparks flew right into her eye. It was burning, but she did not feel any grit. Jeffrey was still grinding on the metal and sparks were continuing to fly over Sadie and now Mr. Stately. Mr. Stately yelled at Jeffrey to stop. The grinding continued. Finally, Albert, another student, went over and tapped Jeffrey on the shoulder, only to find out that he had his earbuds on listening to some rapper Willie music. Mr. Stately took her to the eye washing station, and the flushing liquid had already been drained due to an eye injury last week. Albert calls the office, and the nurse came to the auto shop and escorted Sadie to the clinic. Mr. Stately yelled at everyone to get back to work and limped back into the adjoining classroom. Yeah, is this plausible? Yeah, unfortunately it is. Unfortunately it is. So your job as a risk manager here, and what we're asking you to do for the next 15 minutes, is to list as many ways as possible to remove or reduce the hazards that have been identified in this story. Okay? Write those on your Post-it notes. All right. 15 minutes begins now. Okay, so our next step in this pyramid contest here is to talk a little bit about probably some of the things that you have written down on your post-it notes. And as we look at the scenario and all of the things that were listed there, that went wrong, I think we all recognize that as we spend a little time in, it doesn't necessarily just have to be career and technical labs. If you walk into your science labs, you're probably going to see some things there, or for that matter, any classroom. So we really don't mean to be picking on our career and technical education programs, but let's face it, that's where there's hands-on. That's where there's a lot of equipment that poses hazards there that we need to be teaching our students how to use correctly. So the best way to prevent a workplace injury or illness is to remove the hazard. If this can't be done, then the hazards can be controlled through work policies and procedures or the use of personal protective equipment such as respirator, hearing, or eye protection. Most people, their go-to is PPE, but personal protective equipment is not usually the best way to protect workers because the hazard is still there. And because the equipment has to fit right and be used every time. Most workplace injuries and illnesses are caused by unsafe environments, not human error. A good way to think about this, addressing hazards is in the workplace, is to fix the workplace and not the worker. So think about that. That's you have constant turnover in employees. You have constant turnover in students, which is what we're talking about in this scenario. But to fix the workplace and not the worker. So all workplace hazards, or all workplaces have hazards. A job hazard is anything that at work that can hurt you physically and or mentally. Some job hazards are obvious, but others are not. Some hazards can hurt you now, while others can cause health problems in the future. To be safe on the job, you have to identify the different types of hazards. So you've got safety hazards such as knives, hot grease, chemical hazards or gases, vapors, liquids, dust, cleaning products, pesticides, biological hazards, all of those kinds of things. Other hazards that are harmful, things that can injure or make you sick, like noise, radiation, repetitive movements, heat, cold, stress, and harassment. So the next one here is it's cartoonish, but when you look at this, what are the hazards that you can identify here? Don't eat there, yes. Because the poison may have ended up in your food, right? So what are the hazards that are identified here, though? Name them out. Exactly, yeah. And then, the spillage on the floor. Yep. Freezer, flies on the floor. Knife in the sink where they're going to cut their hands. This guy is going to have some back problems or drop that on him. You got to all the way down to an angry customer. So you've got lots of things that are going on in this poster, right? So, you got the hot grill, fire, cooking grease, heavy lifting, cleaning chemicals, stress, steam, hot oven, knives, slippery floor, pressure to work. So in some cases, what people do in order for that is to get their teacher in our career and technical program to actually do some mapping. Here's your shop, okay? So this represents, and it could be your kitchen. I mean, we talk about that was the fast food restaurant, but that could actually be your kitchen in one of your schools if you don't contract out your food service. And, kind of look at where all the problems exist at in this facility or in this lab. They're color-coded here, so, this is your counter there. You got customer stress. You have constant standing and lifting. Working at your cash register or at the window. You have the red areas here, which are, where you're preparing the food, which is the hot grill, the hot grease, the sharp knives, the slippery floors. So you can map this out. You know where the hazards are, but the question is what is the expectation that we do about them? Okay? So what the next step in your competition here is we talked a little bit about the way to control hazards in the scenario where Sadie was there and she got the sparks in her eyes and she's Jeffrey's over here grinding and all those kinds of things. So you wrote down on your sticky notes ways in which you could remove or reduce that hazard. Okay? So now you're going to categorize them. We have some sheets up here that we're going to place up here that have these labels here. If you had on your sticky note something that addressed personal protective equipment, you're going to get $500 for that. If you had a sticky that dealt with improving work policies or procedures, you get $1,000 for that. That's like conducting training, assigning enough people to do the job. If you remove the hazard, which is the real key that we're looking for, you're going to get $2,000. There we go. You're going to get $2,000. So here's what you're going to do. We've got, what was your name again? If you're not first, you're last. You're going to come up here. I'll give you a couple minutes to categorize these into. You have to help me out here, Keith. Into that right here. You're going to categorize yours into one of these areas, and on this side, we would want you to put your sticky note and which one of those areas, and then we're going to add up your points. You guys, you are the best case scenario. Best outcome. Best outcome. You're going to come over here and you're going to do yours on this side. The same. So take your sticky notes, place them in one of those areas, and then we're going to add up your points. And then worst case scenario, all right. So, then Ruben, she gets $2,000. All right, so you guys are going to put your stickies just right in the middle. Okay? So give you a couple minutes to divide those up and decide which area they go into. Place your colors up there, and we're going to talk about them and then add up your points.
Because he said that's really probably this is like 10,000 just on that sticky.
I'm not here to judge. I'm just here.
I hear that. Yeah. Are we ready? Okay. All right. So let's hear what we've got here.
Create appropriate workstations. Thank you. Where did water come from? Find out cause and address risk. We've got 4 in the middle. Teacher training on all safety protocol by risk management. Training on proper reporting of student injuries, work comp injuries. Teacher to be trained by, I can't read, admin, okay. Safety procedures should be posted and discussed, teacher responsible, and debriefing and risk assessment completed by teacher and risk manager. And on the very bottom, we have PPE usage and proper protocol. Teachers should train students.
Okay, all right. So Sarah claims it's 8,500. All right. Okay, Pam.
If you're not first or last, it actually made me work a little bit harder because, but they've got this packed full of some different suggestions or ideas. This is, they have lack of classroom supervision, of course, was one of the things they identified. Lack of reinforcing safety protocols, did not maintain safety equipment. The eyewash station, posted signage needed, did not ensure that the area was safe following the incident. On the improved work protocols, expectations and safety protocols needed to be in place, stated consequences for not following safety protocols, so having some frameworks there, and then PPE, which is kind of falls in here. See, there was some negotiation. There's some slipping in of different things into other point categories. I don't know who would do that, but so the PPE piece, sending the student to the nurse, or clean water puddles, go ahead and get those cleaned up. Progressive discipline, reporting injuries to the supervisor right away, and then report student injury and send to the nurse responsiveness to the student needs. So they're about at 10,000. Yep. Yes. And the salmon group, it's pink to me, but Alexandra is much more color sensitive than I am. The best outcome team, they have end of day safety inspections and checklists, wet floor signs at a minimum, and debriefing with the CTE director over the different issues that came up within the program. Curriculum that includes safety training and assessment. That's great. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. And safety protocols, fire retardant clothing, bibs, safety glasses, all of those things that go along with the program safety. And they're at 6,500. Congratulations. It's not, it's ain't. If you ain't first.
All right, well, let's have a floor if you come up here. to address the scenario, and I think we all recognize that this is kind of the reality. And I noticed also that we talk quite a bit about safety training, okay? But break that down. What is that? Safety training on what? Mr. Stately spent quite a bit of time in the adjoining classroom. And I'll guarantee you, if you go into your school sites, if you have a career lab, more than likely there are going to be areas in there that a teacher cannot easily sweep the room and see all of what is going on. So what are your instructions for that teacher? Now, we have some newer labs that actually have a classroom that is built off to the side, and there's a bank of windows there that try to make it a little bit easier. You have welding booths that have the curtains that sometimes they're still the old tarps and not the see-through curtains now, or the see-through, the plastic, curtain that protects the eyes from the reflection. So what do you tell the teacher to do then? You have different rooms within that lab, or they're out. A lot of people, further down south you go, the lifts are outside in an auto shop. So they're out and around the corner where you've got a classroom, you've got the lab setting in here, you walk out the shop doors, the big roll-up doors, and the lifts are outside. All of those things are potential for a great deal of exposure. So we to tell you some old war stories here about Okeechobee has leases 207 acres from South Florida Water Management, and which we run 70 head of cows on for their FFA program. So we're out there. It wasn't me, honest. But the teacher was out there in the cow pens, and they were going to freeze brand these cows. He walks away from the cow pens, and the young lady convinces another one that she needs the stamp on the back of her back. So she convinces her friend to freeze brand her. Yeah, how dumb can it be? But how much do you think that cost us? Yeah, so even though it was voluntary and she convinced somebody, the teacher paid the price, FSBIT paid the claim. So it's those kinds of things. Again, nothing intentional, but it was two separate areas. He was over here, or they were over here at the cow pens at the chute waiting to run the cows through. He went back to the back to try to, there was a sweet tub there, so he was driving the cows in there, and lo and behold, these are the kind of things that happen when you leave kids unattended, right? So again, can't impress upon you enough to have conversations about the diligence of supervision when you're talking about these lab situations. Is it difficult to overcome? It certainly is. But what steps are you taking to try to overcome those? And that's important. Another story that we had was the ag mechanics shop that had a mallet that was in there. And this was right at the beginning of the school year, and so that mallet was sitting on a table like this because they were doing some tool ID. And so a kid walks in there at the beginning of class, picks up the mallet, and goes over and acts like he's going to hit somebody with it. The instructor knew the mallet was no good. It came right off, popped him in the nose, broke his nose here, but he had a tool around. He had no intention of using it, but he had it laying there. He picks up the tool, the kid picks up the tool, goes like that. Sure enough, the end comes off, hits the fella right in the nose. $25,000 down the tubes. So again, inspect your tools. You shouldn't have things if they are faulty lying around on that. Now, granted, you're not going to be able to control every single stupid thing a kid does. I mean, that's unfortunate. They are young, they are teenagers, they haven't fully cooked yet, And so they're gonna do things like that. But that would have been removing the hazard if you would have just taken the tool out and destroyed it and gotten rid of it so it wasn't around, because eventually somebody would have picked that thing up. All right, so again, I think you can begin to see that career and technical, programs are perhaps a hazardous place, and we need to do what we can in order to protect them. So anybody else have any story like that they would like to share about an experience in a career and technical lab? Okeechobee is the only school that's had a problem. No? Oh yeah, that was one of them. Okay.
So, ag program at one of the high schools. This was on camera. This was on video. Kid is on a tractor. He's driving the tractor, and as soon as he goes past, this giant oak tree falls literally right behind him and almost takes him out on the tractor. We talked about having parental permission to get on the tractor. Was there training on the tractor? Again, we'll talk about that a little bit later when we get into the other part of the presentation. But again, something to think about. I mean, these kids, they get on the tractors, they do whatever. But again, do they have permission to do it? Have they been trained on the tractor? And I mean, this was on video. It was scary to watch this thing as he's driving this tractor and you see this giant oak tree just come right behind him. It was, interior was cored out from bugs or whatever, and it just snapped. I mean, there was no winds, there was no, adverse weather effects, anything. It just broke. And again, just something to think about, talking, permission, things like that in training. Have they been trained as far as operation on the tractor? But just something to think about.
Good deal. Okay, so this leads us into our next presentation, and recognizing that this might be a trouble spot for us, we decided, hey, we can't just complain about it. We need to do something about it. So Pam and David put their heads together and are focusing, and Lori put their heads together to focus on what we can do to help make our lab safer. So I'll turn it over to Pam.
Thank you, Ken. Believe it or not, Ken's a lot more creative than I am. I love the activity and some of the fun. Try to build some of that in the future. And I always had somebody who was kind of the party coordinator that was on my team, but Ken's our party coordinator, if you didn't know. That was fun. All right, we're gonna walk through a case scenario and kind of tell you some things that we've done over the course of really the last 6 or 8 months. We did not, FSBIT did not have kind of a framework for CTE program review. I was still old schooling it, calling it VOTEC, which Ken's coached me, educated me up on career technical. So, but we're trying to build out some resources and some supports for you guys if you need them in this area. It's an area you probably haven't had on your radar. If you have, that's awesome. Within the life safety review process, if you have someone that comes out and does life safety reviews, they should be looking at your technical programs, but you may have an outside person who really doesn't have that knowledge base, and so you may not be getting a thorough review. They're checking fire extinguishers or something like that, but not really getting into the details of some of these other safety areas. So we're going to talk about some things that we learned, unfortunately, through some lessons with Suwannee County. And I did not include Suwannee's information in the presentation, but Lori's going to get up and share in a minute and tell us a little bit about specifically what happened with their group. But they unfortunately had a student that was burned in a welding shop accident. And Lori, if you want to, why don't you go ahead and kind of walk us through what happened and some of your thoughts on that. And then we'll talk a little bit about what we did and what the district did to respond to it. So
when Bart spoke this morning and he was like, yeah, you think you know everything, you really don't. There's always something new. I felt that to my bones. Because she was being very gentle when she said he had some fire. He caught himself on fire, like whole upper chest. So if there was a checklist with 25 areas of negligence, we checked every single one of them. So we had a principal retire from our high school July, I think, of 2024. So to help out our welding program, he brought his old trailer up and parked it behind the welding, where the welding department is, so that the students could work on it in their leisure. So a student is released from his math class to go help out in the welding class. The student was the grandson of the ex-principal. So teacher is not a certified teacher. He's a 55-year master welder. So you know he's like getting close to 75. So what does that bring to mind? This is Live Oak. This is your granddad sending the kids out to the barn to work, and that's kind of his mentality. So when the investigation was going on and stuff, he's like, you know how many times welders catch themselves on fire? And I'm just having to sit there with my mouth shut, and I want to scream, these are not welders, these are students. These are children in your care. So there was just so many things. He was in a classroom. There's like 3 areas of the welding department. He was sitting in the classroom area. There's another area that has grinders and the welding itself. Then we were in a building. We're building a whole new welding area. It is not finished. It is not approved. It is not occupiable. There is no safety there. The kid is out there by himself grinding. No supervision. Doors are shut to the classroom. Teacher can't see out to him. There's no windows to see out to this student. He walks out on camera, talks to the student, and goes back to the classroom, shuts the door. On camera. So the kid, you see him, we got cameras, it's all on camera. You see the kid grinding, sparks fly, hit his chest, whole shirt goes up. Now, he's surrounded by sand because it's a building project. Like, so everything's cleared, it's just dirt where they built on it. Y'all ever learn the stop, drop, and roll? Like, my husband's like, I'm so disappointed. We had that like every Friday as training. I've never had a stop, drop, and roll my whole life. So the kid who needs stop, drop, and roll clearly doesn't know it. He runs on fire to the other building where there's other students. The students, I have a student incident report because the kid takes his hands to help beat out the fire. Other students whip off their hats, beating out the fire. On camera, the teacher walks from the classroom, doesn't get in any big hurry. Teacher from the ag building, other classroom, other side of the building, runs in, surpasses the teacher of the classroom, and gets to the kid. So get this, we just had all of our fire extinguishers. You know, you do your annual thing. Ours was hidden behind something and never got inspected. So, and it was the only fire extinguisher in the building, not prepped, and it was in a totally different building from where the kid was standing. So, in the investigation, we talked to the teacher, and we're like, so what kind of safety equipment? Did you tell him, you know, we know you're welders, they have their bibs, their whatever, fire retardant, I guess bibs, is that what, aprons, that's the word. So we're like, we know that you have those, you have sleeves. He said sometimes he puts them in sleeves. He said they're all required to have cotton. I'm like, well, that's great. So the kid who caught on fire had a cotton t-shirt on. That's what he noticed. He had a polyester shirt underneath that one, and then a third shirt underneath that one. All 3 of them, like, we've got pictures of the shirt. It's just awful. It's just awful. Kid's 14, I think. So in the investigation, the principal tells the investigator, because we have the attorneys come in, we have them do the investigation, so our hands are off of it. The principal tells the attorney that he had already been out that year and had caught the teacher. He went out to the classroom, can't find the teacher. Teacher's on the back 40 feeding the hogs. Class is completely unattended. Nobody in the classroom whatsoever with any of these students. on the back 40. So he drives up on the tractor, and he's like, where the heck have you been? You've left your class. He's like, well, they're 14, 15 years old. They can sit for a minute. You told me to feed the hogs. He's like, I didn't mean during class time. He's like, that in itself was a fireable offense. And the attorney's like, this should have never happened because the teacher should have been fired at that point. Had that been done, then this would have never progressed to the point that it did. So the kid did have third-degree burns, had to go to Shands. He is doing very well, thankfully. And so then, of course, we go through the scenario. The superintendent goes down there. This is a previous principal for our district, so he knows all of the safety rules. He knows how lawsuits goes. He knows all the investigation tricks. He knows all of that stuff. So superintendent shows up, and he's like, we'll pay for everything. Just don't even worry about it. We'll pay for everything. So then I got Marsha on the phone going, you said what? And so we're like, and then, of course, we have United Healthcare, which is out of network to UF Shands Burn Unit. So because, and he has to be life flighted, so $69,000 or whatever the bill was. So we had a really, really bad circumstance happen. So because he was an emergency situation, UF did take him. He did get treated. We did switch him to Nemours for a while, and then, of course, Shands came back in network, and he was able to go back to his regular doctors. They have all been fine. They had actually, the principal had to have surgery, so he had already met most of the out-of-pocket. So the helicopter ride met the rest of the out-of-pocket. All the treatment's been paid at 100%. They've been very amenable, if that's the right word. Am I saying it right? In the worst possible circumstances of that happening, the best results have happened. The kid is healing great. He's got 2 small areas that they were concerned about. They're healing fine now. They're going to do, I just talked to the grandfather. He's actually raising the grandson. I just talked to him and yesterday, and they're going to do some laser treatment for some of the, the raised, scarred area from the burns. He also, which was a real blessing, somebody sponsored a camp for fire victims, students, children who are fire victims. They sponsored a whole camp, and he got to go. They paid his whole way and spent 4 days there and said that he had the best time. It was very good for him because he was, we were like having to talk about counselors and stuff because he was experiencing depression and stuff and having the way that he was burned. And thankfully, the burn stopped at his pant line. He was wearing blue jeans. It did get his chest, his hands, down his arms. It did not go over his neck, so there's no cancer. I mean, there were so many blessings involved. It could have been so much worse. But it was very encouraging for him to get to go to the camp and talk to other burn victims and stuff like that. So it was a horrible experience. It was terrifying. It was like, one of the things that the superintendent did say was, he's like, don't miss this opportunity. You have been given an opportunity to stress to your administrators, to stress to your CTE coordinators. This is your time to tell them whatever you want to tell them, because everybody's scared to death and they will listen to whatever you say. So do not miss this opportunity to hammer whatever safety measures that you want to. So, of course, the first thing I'm doing is calling FizBit, and I'm like, we have a problem. So,
Thank you, Lori.
So they allowed him to finish his contract at the end of the year, because this happened in like March or April when the school year was made, like we could handle him for 6 weeks. But they put him at our college in the welding department. I was like, he was supposed to have no contact with students. That was the whole point. If he could stay for 6 weeks, it would be with no student contact. No, he's out there. We're there doing inspections.
It was
CTE
awkward.
Program, and he's walking
Yeah.
around, and I'm like, that's the dude. That's him. He's here.
You know, again, we talk a lot about what you have control of and what you don't, right? I appreciate Lori. It was nice. She got the go-ahead. They got the thumbs up from the superintendent to do whatever they needed to do, and they did it. The response afterward was excellent. And again, backing up and stopping to say, what do I know about our programs? What's going on in my district? And how are these safety protocols looked at and checked? We're going to talk about some of the areas that we discovered through this process and help the district to kind of analyze and walk through. This was the response from the district. They addressed the emergency situation. They immediately closed off the area. They ended up ending the welding program, shut it down temporarily until further notice so that they could evaluate the risk and the situation that was happening there. And then they began an internal investigation, gave us a call, ended up, I don't know, CJ, whoever you had originally talked to, but there was a recommendation to have a full investigation, and Dave Marcy, one of FSBIT's attorneys that you guys, many of you are familiar with, came out and did a full investigation for the district, so they had an outside evaluator looking at the litigation issues surrounding it, but also the investigation of the incident itself, and wrote a report and some different recommendations related to that. You can imagine this is a CAPS case pretty easily just on the surface for the level of neglect and negligence on the part of the instructor, on the part of the administrators who knew that they had somebody who was not certified, and they also knew that they were not teaching the safety curriculum. And so there were a lot of knowns that were not addressed or dealt with within the process of kind of looking deeper into this. FSBIT was called, asked for a proactive response. They basically said, come in and give us the bad news and let us push that out and work to address it. So let's acknowledge what we need to fix and work on getting it fixed. So very, very proactive in that. The litigation investigation response, they identified key concerns, gave a framework for potential litigation that could be expected as a part of this. They were fortunate that they didn't have that occur, but it certainly could have. And then next step recommendations for the district. The next step recommendation was to do a thorough training and evaluation of the situation and do inspections of their sites. And so FSBIT assisted with that process, and we're available to assist if there's something that you need through this process as well. We started with a leadership meeting with the leadership team, and then went and through an administrative checklist, which I'm going to walk through with you in a couple of minutes. We went out and did some site reviews. Again, CTE and the safety around that's not my big area. Thankfully, David has a lot of experience in those life safety inspections and created a variety of different inspection protocols around the safety so that could be checked. We were able to do walkthroughs. On the surface, it wasn't necessarily the program that caused it, right? It wasn't the shop, wasn't something that was wrong with the safety guard on the equipment. But as we started going through those inspections, we found all sorts of things that were not in compliance with safety regulations, state guidelines, state statutes requiring that these programs be safe for our students. And then set some priority summary areas. Keith, do you mind pulling up that checklist real quick? So one of the things we did was create an administrative checklist. This is something that you can easily take and hand out to your administrators of those CTE programs at their sites. And you can see it's really just a guideline. They may have other expectations. One of the things that you'll find as you look into this area a little bit closer is there are curriculum guidelines through the state CTE programs that provide the safety information that should be taught to students and that your staff should be following. Your instructors should be teaching those safety protocols to students, and then there's safety requirements within those guidelines. And so if you have a teacher who doesn't know what that is, that's a concern. Sorry?
That's one thing I forgot to mention was that he had a very specific curriculum and had a whole safety section, and the students had to pass the safety but that's why he was in our room because of the teachers out there. So the teacher that actually took up the morning to help the student, she had actually taken the students aside and given them like chest perforation and stuff
Yeah. A lot of, again, when you start looking, sometimes you find some things that you may not want to know. Yeah.
Hey, one other thing that I'll suggest to you, and you probably already know this from having talked to your CTE coordinator or supervisor or director. Every one of these programs has with it, and this might assist you in if you're having some difficulty with a principal following through. One of the first things the principal does when they go into an academic classroom is look up on the board to see what standard is being taught, and so a lot of people don't know that there are those same standards exist for career and technical programs. It's called the CTE frameworks. So for every single class in a career and technical program, they have a set of standards that come along with it. If you go in and you look at those standards, the first few weeks of the program there is nothing but safety, and it'll give you, anytime you go onto a new unit, it'll give you a standard there that is attached to safety. So if it is, you need some reinforcement to speak with a principal about, hey, they're responsible for teaching standards just exactly like an academic class is. Here, go to the DOE website. They're all there for every single program that you have. And they're pretty prescriptive as well. So I invite you to go look at those, or at least ensure that the principal knows that those exist, because it'll tell them exactly what they need to do. Even if they don't have a textbook curriculum there, you can take a look at that, and a lot of them, if there's experienced as an experienced welder or experienced in any of their field, because we have vocational certification that only requires you to have, I think now it's 3 years in industry cert, and you can actually become locally certified in order to teach a career and technical education course. They know about these. They know it's industry standard. It is those kinds of things, so they can teach them without having that textbook. Textbook is nice to have as a resource, but you can teach that just by going through and looking at those standards.
We properly implemented safety practices should be visible during administrative walkthroughs. Should not be a surprise. All of those safety measures, the location of PPE, the expectations for safety should be seen as that administrator walks through. Unfortunately, in the situation, we went to another vocational school. They actually have a variety of vocational programs, and that administrator did not have any vocational history. They were not educated in that area. They had been the principal there for 5 years or so, had taken no steps for understanding or knowledge of safety precautions. Did not require the teachers to verify that the safety protocols had been taught. Knew that this instructor was not teaching those safety protocols and did not take any action on that. So those are the kinds of things sometimes that surprise you. Keith, do you mind scrolling up for me? So this is in your Diligent platform, and again, and send that to you if you are having trouble accessing later. Actually, Swanee kind of reworked this. You can take this and make it your own and set it up whatever's convenient and easy for you. This document does have drop downs for these selections for compliant recommendations and deficient areas. And all of these are kind of set up to look at not only the curriculum, but also to look at all of the administrative practices that you want to see happening within your vocational program. David's going to talk about the inspection process of the physical building itself, but this is specifically for an administrator to be held accountable for what they're doing within the vocational program from safety standpoint, and then them also then forward holding those staff members accountable for what they're doing within those classroom programs. So these are all kind of tailored primarily around those areas in this part. Again, you can expect and should expect that your administrator knows and understands the fire life safety expectations, and that there's a review that's completed annually. That's number 6. Process in place for corrective action for unsafe practices. Staff and students, what are the consequences? That's a tough one. May want to remove the staff, but the administrator may want to, or the leader of the vocational programs for your district may want to make it clear that there's an expectation that staff are following those protocols. But what happens if a student violates those safety protocols? They can't follow them if they're not in place, right? And that's what we found in that program. The students weren't following any safety protocols because the teacher didn't expect any. They weren't expected to wear the appropriate, the clothing piece, and if you look at the standards, it's a little bit kind of hazy. I feel like they're not strong enough in the language, but it does say it needs to be 100% cotton. Well, who's going to be checking that? What they did was just allow the students to use their regular clothing. It says the clothing needs to be tight-fitting. Who's going to make sure of that? You know, they had some safety jackets and shirts. They were piled up in the corner, like wadded up. And there weren't enough of them for everybody. So, again, you walk through a program, you can see a lot really quickly, right? Of whether or not you have a problem or whether there's a concern. And this can kind of help guide you to kind of look for some of those key areas. Shop safety rules, are they posted, are they not posted? One of the biggest mistakes that we see in shop safety is signage right when you walk in the door that says eye protection required. And I can guarantee you almost every time you're going to walk into that space and people are not going to be wearing eye gear. And they're not going to ask anybody that's visiting to wear eye gear. So not only do you have a posting that says eyewear required, but now you've made it obvious that it's not required. So you have a compliance issue there. Part of the problem is because in vocational school classrooms, you have classroom and shop in the same area. So something as simple as impacting that and say, where you have a sign posted, expect it to happen. You're going to have to mark off that area, do some things to make it clear where those boundaries are and where that eyewear is required or not. Have the eyewear there at a station. Those kind of things. Those are things that an administrator should be assuring are happening within their vocational programs. Hey, you can scroll up, Keith. So quite a few here. Won't get into a detail. I'm not going to go through each one, but it kind of you can walk through this and see some of the things that are on here. Are there emergency drills? Are we teaching what you do if this happens? What are the protocols for that? We found some issues with eye wash stations, and David will go into that. I don't want to steal his thunder later, but those are sometimes overlooked in the inspection processes. Life safety inspections are required. If you have an outside person doing fire inspections, they may not be conducting life safety inspections for your district. If you see those reports, and you should be getting a copy of those so that you can see the violations and understand what's happening from a risk standpoint. But you should see life safety things being looked at within those. If not, then you need to ask the question and start inquiring about separate life safety inspections. And that is something that FSBIC can also assist with and help you guys to look at those areas. Students are taught proper safety when lifting heavy items. There's a little bit of everything on here. CPR, who's trained and who's not, where you have those different safety, the AED machines and different things like that, and where they're located in these programs. Okay, Keith? I'll just do a quick peek of the others. That's fine. What equipment shutdown procedures are in place, maintenance and proper storage of machinery, chemical maintenance storage. Where is your chemicals being stored and what kind of condition are they in? We found an outbuilding. They actually had the chemicals, some of the chemicals in an outbuilding. Unfortunately, they were extremely old and everything had just kind of been thrown in there. And so flammable materials in with other types of materials. So there's a lot of low-hanging fruit here within these vocational programs often. And if you're fortunate and you have somebody who's oversighting that, then you're just doing spot checks, right? Maybe looking at some of those life safety reviews, checking that data, and then you're looking at watching to see if there's changes in administrative staff that might have an impact on whether or not those people are carrying on those practices. Thank you, Keith. We can go back. Any questions about that? Again, that's available on the website. You can take that and adjust that and make it fit your programs, share it out, whatever you'd like to do there. You can just go back to the presentation. Thank you.
Pam.
Yeah.
One other thing that kind of caught my attention there, I know you're talking about CTE labs, but going back to your science labs, hopefully you have a science department head at each one of your schools that is inventorying their chemicals over the summertime and getting rid of those that have expired. I'll tell you another kind of old war story about these chemicals. So it had been a little, it sounds like Okeechobee was a dangerous place. It's really not. It's, after all these things that we went through, it's pretty safe now, But so we had, there's actually and I don't know where they're from, Department of Environmental Protection or somebody comes along and inspects your science lab and goes through your chemical closet. Yeah, that was my expression there, Lori. Yes, exactly. So it ended up, and I don't even know what the name of the chemical was, but it was in a metal container and it had a corrosion around the top. And so the guy says, you're going to have to shut this building down. And so our entire science wing is made up of like 8 labs right back to back, and in between each one of those labs is a science storage area with a flammable cabinet that's in it, and that's where these chemicals were stored. So I said, surely you're not shutting this down. I mean, we've got hundreds of kids in these science wings here, and I am not closing school. And so he says, well, you're going to have to get the bomb squad out here to remove this corroded metal container. So this is again, I tell you this story as a non-example. One, you need to inspect make sure that your science department heads are inspecting your chemicals regularly, but it ended up in this scenario that it was toward the end of the day. We did not call the bomb squad. We don't have a bomb squad in Okeechobee. I mean, they'd have to come from 100 miles away. So the principal, who was an old science teacher, disagreed with the opinion of the inspector. So he goes into the cabinet after school, after the school has let out, and takes the thing and goes and destroys it. I don't know where it's at to this day, but takes it and destroys it. So we were able to have school the next day here, but this is a lesson learned that is probably not the correct way in order to destroy those chemicals, and that if your science lab chemical storage is not being inspected regularly, you probably should put that on your to-do list.
I really appreciate that, because actually from a claims standpoint, that's our bigger concern. We've been pretty fortunate looking back on the history of claims in CTE that we have not had other huge incidents or high-risk incidents, but the labs, we have had several explosions and different things that sometimes come back to find that the teacher was using a chemical that was not authorized or approved. And again, if you don't ask, then we don't know what's in those labs. They are required to document and to categorize and to identify and the amounts and the types of chemicals, and they should all be approved chemicals for science labs. And if you don't have somebody overseeing that or asking those questions, then that's definitely, from our FSBIT history, that is a high-risk area. So thank you, Ken. So one of the things we like to do when we go out is to find recommendations for district recognizing things that they're doing right, and I think that's important as a risk manager. Anytime you're engaging with people, that you stop and take a minute to go, hey, this is going really well, and I noticed this and this and this, and before you kind of lay into the priorities of concerns in different areas that we want to work on. This is directly from the work that we did with Lori over there in Suwannee. The district was very proactive in their response. Even though there was a concern for lack of oversight, they quickly implemented some of the recommendations and were involved in acknowledging and allowing an investigator from the outside to come in and look at their area and to help. One of the things you're going to find, and Dave Marcy is going to talk about this in his presentation on sexual abuse tomorrow, that the proactive investigation process is critical to mitigating risk. Even though it's bad, hiding it, not acknowledging, not having someone come in and do a thorough evaluation and be very proactive in what you find and how you respond to it it really hurts in a litigated situation. So really emphasizing the importance of that investigative process post-accident. So the CTE program site review process, David actually helped us to frame up these different areas. We also based it on the programs that Lori and them had in place, but this is a variety of different programs that you may have going on in your district. Some of them may be combined. Your welding and your electrical may be in the same program, or your HVAC. Your carpentry and woodworking may be part of one of your other programs, but we can frame up, and there's certain things that you look for within each of those shop areas. Automotive and body shop, they have an actual body shop program where they're spraying and kids are going into a booth and painting vehicles. We were a little troubled by their air filtration masks and how they were organized, and whether or not they were being oversighted to make sure that the kids were safe in the use of that program. And so those are the kinds of things you want to look for as well, if you do have a body shop program. Kind of scary that the kids are in there and they're not using appropriate masks, or you're not making sure that they're sealed, and they're supposed to be fitted for individual students, so you would look to see that their names were on them, right? Things like that. This is our site safety. This is kind of hard to read, but you can see this. And again, we can share examples of program safety and the frameworks for that. You're welcome to take those, utilize them to do some checks on your programs yourself, or to consult with David about ways in which you can kind of keep a check on the programs. But we usually document with pictures and then identify areas that we make recommendations for within the program. We use a program called Site Audit Pro. I think we've mentioned that to you before. It's very simple and inexpensive. It's an app-based program off of an iPad, $60 a year to run the program. Super simple, and David uses it for playground inspections as well, and so we recommend that as a quick and easy tool if you are going to be looking at something yourself and monitoring programs yourself. All right, I'm going to turn it over to David, and he's going to kind of walk us through some shop safety examples and he's always good at pointing out some fun things that you can look for.
Thank you. So hopefully all of you have somebody that does fire, life safety, casualty, and sanitation inspections. And a lot of that we're going to talk about later on here today is they could catch that on your yearly inspection, and that's required. And that is in SREF, the 2014 edition. And these are some of the things in SREF Chapter 5, which is existing facilities. When whoever's doing that inspection, they're supposed to be looking at this document. And this is existing facilities that are a year or older that have been CO'd with the certificate of occupancy. And this is just one of the sections that's out of that Chapter 5, and this talks about laboratories and shops. And we can go through this real quick, but again, this applies to home economics, biology, talk about science labs, automotive, woodworking, and welding shops. Eye washes and showers. It's not just a bottle that they mount on the wall for an eye wash. It has to be an actual plumbed-in shower and eye wash. And that's required to be checked every month. Any place where you could have damage to human tissue, that has to be done. And the dousing shower or the eye wash can't have signs pointing to different places, like an exit or to go to find it. It's got to be accessible, and it has to be within so many feet of the hazard area that you're working in. Automotive repair shops have an engine exhaust system. So, for example, if they're doing work inside the shop, they're running the vehicles, you got carbon monoxide, it vents it outside. So that's got to be equipped. Again, didn't dream this up at the Safety Harbor Inn last night or Holiday Inn Express that I stayed at recently in Swanee. This is actually in SREF. Working machinery, again, we talked about the safety coating or the actual lines around certain pieces of equipment. So you only have that worker that's in that area and the students are gathering around that piece of equipment. Securely mounted to the surface. Brendan, we were talking about that, about certain pieces of equipment that they can't just be able to roll it around. Safety line zones. Master control valves or switches, in other words, for shunt trips. In other words, to shut the power off if something happens in the event of an emergency. Valves should be completely shut off at 1/4 turn. Woodworking areas should have dust collectors and exhaust systems. That's required. They have to have it plumbed to every piece of equipment. There has to be some type of dust collection and removal. Welding shops shall have fume removal and exhaust systems. Again, if they're welding inside, and we'll talk about some of your different programs, because, for example, and I'll get into that later, I don't want to get into that right now and steal that thunder. Hazard work and storage areas shall be marked with warning signs. If you've got a storage area, it's got to be identified. With your EMS and your fire, when they come in, typically they want to know where these hazardous areas are. Because if they're going in from a tactical standpoint and you actually have a fire in your campus or in your building, they want to know where these things are. Because if there's a flammable storage area, where is that at? Because we need to let our people know. So building construction, going through some of these programs again, you can see here, PPE, we can talk about that. Ken was talking about the hierarchy of controls. And again, you've got the elimination, substitution, engineering controls, administrative, and PPE, which is at the bottom of the list. If you can't eliminate it, can you substitute it? If you can't substitute it, can you have some kind of engineering in that piece of equipment where it separates the human from the hazard so they don't get their fingers or anything or eye damage or something like that. Hand tool, power tool safety, ladder safety, because they're in building construction. They're going to be climbing on ladders. Have they been taught how to use ladders properly? Not to stand on the top 2 steps, not to stand on the top of it. If it's an extension ladder, 4 feet above, because you got a ladder here, and again, he's cutting outside, he's standing inside. Do you see something that he should have on him? A mask, maybe, because of dust. He's inside. Is there ventilation in that room? If you were walking through, and again, your safety person that's doing your annual inspections should be giving somebody a list of these things if they find deficiencies in this or in these areas. PPE. He's got glasses. Again, they talked about, is it accessible? Does everybody have access to their PPE? Do they have their gloves, their glasses, face shields, whatever it is you're using? Carpentry and woodworking. Again, talked about earlier with the CTU program where you've got the actual classroom desk and then you've got the shop area behind it. Here, the shop teacher could pretty much see everything that's going on, right? I mean, I can stand here once they start working on their projects and I can see what they're doing. You kind of can see there's some duct work here coming down for your dust collection on some of your pieces of equipment. There's no lines on the floor, which is probably something that should be happening. But again, that shop looks pretty organized. Dust control, ventilation, PPE. Is the equipment secured to the ground? Is it organized? I mean, you can see the picture on the right. That's a hot mess. That's a fire hazard waiting to happen. And then we'll talk about some of these other programs that have multiple things going within them. And how would you deal with this? And again, talking about some of the work areas, tools. Ken talked about the mallet that was out inspecting your tools. Every time, and again, this is my opinion, but when you have a class change, all the tools should be put away. All the tools should be secured. The power drills, the hammers, the knives, and the culinary arts, they should be put away. Not left out like this, because some of the programs that I've seen, the tools are left out. There's nobody there. And again, some kid could come in and skip school, and if the door's open, he could walk inside, grab the tool, grab a knife, grab whatever, and now we have a situation. So again, something to think about with that. The guy on the left, I mean, you see the instructor there. This thing over here on the right, I have seen rooms like this, and that's a hot mess. No pun intended. Carpentry work, again, safe work area, dust control. I've seen shops like this. This isn't my back garage or anything, or somebody's friend that I said, hey, can I take a picture of this for the presentation? You've got no dust collection. You've got cords on the floor. You've got dust everywhere. You've got saws that are just on stands. There's nothing. Yeah, this one makes my eye twitch a little bit. Yeah, that person, right. That person knows where everything is. Like, can you tell me where the goggles are? Well, the goggles are right here. Why aren't the goggles on your face? Well, I just didn't want to walk over there and get them because they're buried under all the two-by-fours that I can't. Yeah, and tripping on the cords. I mean, again, this is, and in a situation like this, I've seen where you've got this one program and multiple things happening inside it. There could be welding going on here. And welding operations are something that's required, what's called a hot works permit. You can't have combustible material within 30 feet of any area that you're grinding or welding in. If I were welding in that, do you think that would be a problem? Big time. Big time. Welding and brazing and cutting. Again, this is a proper setup. I've seen some, well, I'll show you a picture here in a little bit, but you have the separate booths. They have the fume removal system here. They've got the curtains. And again, if they're going to be welding inside, it needs to be in something like this. Not just, oh, I'm going to go over here and weld this up and do whatever, because again, the fumes are toxic. And again, all of your sparks or whatever are contained in that booth, right? And there's no combustible material here. Nice shop, right? Pretty awesome. The only thing is you don't have the lines on the floor, but you've got the booths, you've got the fume removal, you've got all the equipment that's anchored to the floor, it's even got the guards on the grinders, and there's no combustible material, there's no flammable liquids or anything here. I've seen a situation where they were grinding and there was a can of brake cleaner, and the guy was told to move the brake cleaner, he didn't do it, and he's grinding, and it literally blew a hole and it exploded. Because it blew a hole into the can, and it was flammable. So again, make sure all that stuff's put away. And your person who's doing your casualty and sanitation inspections, they're going to be looking for things like this, or they should be. And like if I walk in here, okay, there's nothing for me to write down, great. If I go back to the other one where we were looking at the wood shop and it was a hot mess, that needs to be cleaned up, and that gets written down. Automotive paint and body. You have an automotive shop, we've seen this, and then you'll have a paint and body right next to it. Paint and body is interesting because it is multiple things going on there. You've got chemicals, you've got respiratory issues, you've got storage, safety data sheets, and again, paint and body involves what? Welding too. They can be welding in that shop. So now you've got chemicals that they're using for paint and body, and you've got welding because they're welding body panels. Gentleman on the left, welding. Is there any combustible materials there? PPE respirators. Respirators, as Pam mentioned, are supposed to be fitted. And again, if you've got students with respiratory issues or asthmatic conditions, can they actually wear a respirator that's proper for the equipment that they're using? Something to think about. And again, of course, we go through the whole permission process and everything else. Ventilation and fume removal. In the paint booth, he's got his respirator on. Does the fan actually work? I've gone in science labs before and they have fume hoods in there, and I've checked the fume hoods and they don't work. Or I've checked the emergency exhaust fan when they have a chemical spill, and again, that fan's not working. Again, part of the annual inspection that somebody should be checking when they're walking through your sites every year. And then are there combustible materials there? Ag programs can have multiple things, not only just dealing with chemicals and insecticides and pesticides, where the safety data sheets, your PPE, they can have welding. They can have carpentry or woodworking. Again, are they doing this inside? Are they doing it outside? You got carpentry, you got welding, and you got chemicals. Have they been trained in all these things? Are they welding inside or are they using fume hoods? If they're welding outside, okay, again, are they being supervised? All the chemical storage, have they been trained on what that is, how to properly store it, acids and bases, and also for safety data sheets? Culinary arts, pretty simple, right? Again, we talked about knife storage and tools. Cleanliness, grease on the floor. Type 1 hood systems for any type of grease-laden vapors that's being produced. And it has to have suppression per NFPA 96. And again, state of Florida DOE adopts the Florida Fire Prevention Code, which is where this information comes from. So your hood systems in your culinary arts typically are going to be producing grease-laden vapors. They need to have a type 1, which is basically sealed, has supply air and exhaust, and it has fire suppression. I don't know if you can see the nozzles across the top. I don't know if I have a pointer, but there's nozzles across the top on both sides here. And again, that's a type 1 hood system. And those have to be cleaned every so often as well, depending on how much grease they produce. Ventilation and hood type, fire suppression. A type K extinguisher, which is basically anything that produces grease-laden vapors, and it's a wet chemical. It's a shiny, chrome-looking, beautiful extinguisher. I didn't put a picture of it here. But again, that is specifically for these areas, and they're required. Yes, ma'am? A HOMAC area is required, even if it's a residential stove, it's required to be vented to the outside. If it's producing grease-laden vapors, it should have what we'll call like a guardian suppression system. But that would more, again, if your district does not have a fire official, your fire marshal would be the one, yeah, Bart. Your fire marshal would be the one to tell you yes or no. They could come in and do an assessment and go, yeah, you guys aren't doing a whole lot of anything. But I've walked into HOMAC areas where they're cooking bacon in the morning, grease-laden vapors, sausage, whatever. If they're producing grease-laden vapors, it has to have a suppression system. And it has to be vented to the outside. It cannot just be vented like you see at Home Depot or Lowe's where you get these little vents that put on the stove and it just kind of circulates the air into the area. It has to be vented outside per SRAP. That is in the code, and that's a requirement. And then your chemicals and safety data sheets. Again, the same thing for your culinary arts. Whatever chemicals they're using, do they have those sheets? Brick and masonry. Most of the programs that I've seen have been pretty much like what's on the left here. They have their little areas that are sectioned off, and they're working. But what do you think the hazard is here in brick and masonry? Dust. Silica. It'll kill you. They're wearing masks on the left, which is good. Wearing masks on the right. But again, one of those things, what are they doing? Is the area organized? Because again, you're talking about safety and casualty inspections. Casualty, risk mitigation is what we're trying to prevent. When you walk in there every day or whatever, if you're doing a site review or if your safety person's walking in there, what do they see? That's a mess, right? Silica dust, broken bricks, not organized. Again, is there ventilation? Is there any type of ventilation there when they're working and they turn it on to get that silica dust out of the air, and are they wearing their PPE? Electrical, not so much of the other things that are involved because of welding or whatever, but again, PPE, and are the work areas clean? And then lockout, tagout, which is huge. Lockout, tagouts for hazardous energy. Are they being trained on that? Are they being trained on how to do this? Because again, if they're doing mock-ups here, you may think, well, there's no power. Or are they checking the power? You can see the lockout, tagouts here in the middle behind the gentleman on his right side. And there's a whole procedure of that OSHA requires. And again, there's a reason that we have that because unfortunately somebody died who worked on a piece of energized equipment and it wasn't checked. PPE, again, you've got the mask, you may be working in some kind of a hazardous area that's producing some type of dust, and then your eye protection. HVAC and refrigeration, you're going to have high pressure liquids, refrigerant. If refrigerant is heated, it can produce phosgene gas. I actually have a burn on my hand that I can show you. And again, PPE, and they're going to be doing what? Brazing, welding, cutting. If they're doing that in one of your programs you see here on the right, is there any combustible material around there? Where are they storing these containers? Where are they storing the nitrogen? Because they're supposed to be chained against the wall, because if that falls and it's highly pressurized and it breaks that valve, it becomes a projectile that can shoot across the room. Electrical, chemical, SES, again, is their safety data sheets on the chemicals that they're using. Have they been trained in lockout, tagout? Is there combustible materials around where they're working? In the middle here, you kind of see a bunch of stuff going on here, and probably there's some areas cleaned up, because what are they doing? What do we see here? Chemicals on the left. You got a hot mess. You got a flammable storage cabinet in the back. You've got oil drums. You've got a container here that's open. God only knows what's in it. You've got oil. You've got rags. And in the middle, I know it's a little high, you can't see it, but is there any fume hood removal there? Because a lot of the older programs that I've come across, they've got the actual dividers up where you can actually work in your area, but there's no fume removal. There's no hood system. There's nothing. And so they're doing their thing. They've got their goggles there. They've got their PPE, it looks like. It looks like they're wearing their flammable jackets. But again, is that provided? And like Pam said, are they piled in a corner somewhere, or are they using them? Or are they assigned to somebody? And then the emergency stop on the right, can I get access to it? Probably not. Any questions? All right. Thank you. And going back to the ovens, any oven, or stove rather, stovetop, in any of your campuses is required to be vented to the outside. I don't care where it's at. And it doesn't have to be in a program, it doesn't have to be in home ec or anything else. If it's in the teacher's lounge, it is required to be vented to the outside. So just think about that. If you've got an oven that somebody brought in, or a stove, and they're going to go to Home Depot and buy that little range hood that goes over it that ventilates right back into the room, that's not going to fly. Yes, sir. Right? Yes. Yeah, they were having they were having some kind of a potluck or something, and they had brought a bunch of food over, and they were using little sterno containers to heat the food, and then they just left the room. One of them fell over, caught a chair on fire, burnt the floor tile on the floor, and thankfully it wasn't in a classroom environment that looked like a Cracker Barrel or something, or a Hallmark store with all this combustible material in there. And it made a mess. I mean, and then of course they used a fire extinguisher, and it's caustic, and it went all over the room, so the entire room had to be cleaned up. But again, at least from my they had the ventilation in the closet, but they weren't doing it in the closet, they were doing it in the actual classroom. But from my perspective of being a fire official, you're not allowed to have open flames unless it's in a laboratory, period. I mean, if they're doing a science lab or something, the Bunsen burners, then you can have it, but you can't have candles because it's whatever, or we're going to do incense because we're observing Chinese holidays or something, which was another one that I was told. a lieutenant called me and he gave me some expletives. He's like, "What are y'all doing over there at so-and-so school?" I said, "What are you talking about, LT?" He goes, "Man, I just went over to your so-and-so elementary and they had incense burning, and the entire classroom was evacuated because they thought it was on fire. And she's doing some Chinese holiday thing or whatever theme." And I'm like, "You can't do that." And I talked to the principal, and as soon as I walked in, she's like, "Oh, God, David, I am so sorry. I am so sorry." And I'm like, "It's okay, but they can't do that." No open flames. I know that we have, you have these events, and I know it's hard to go in here, and you're trying to pick your battles and choose your fights. But what am I going to do, and what am I not going to do? Can I win this one or not? But again, going back to the East Side thing, they walked out of the room. And the only reason that they found it is because somebody came back to the room for something and went, "Oh my God, there's smoke." And again, if the other fire systems were not and things were not in place, you'd had a whole issue with a 2-story building. But again, just something to think about. Yeah, the principal was like, "Don't do it." And I used to send out this little hit list at pre-planning of David's don'ts. And he says, "Yeah, man," he says, "we didn't get that from you last year, and we didn't get the Christmas thing from you last year." And I'm like, "God, I am so sorry." "Yeah, because I don't work here anymore." I said, "But I can consult you with Fizbit." But I would send out a list right before the holidays of these are the things to keep in mind as the holidays are coming forward, because you're going to have your little parties or whatever. No open Bunsen burners or, sterno containers or anything like that. No live cut Christmas trees. Decorations can't be hung all over the tree and paper stuff. And of course, I was the Grinch and all that, and I was good with it. But again, these are the things that you got to think about. Because again, what are we trying to do here? Risk mitigation. We don't want to have an East Side. We don't want to have a Swanee. We don't want to have whatever else, an Okeechobee or anything like that. Sorry, Ken. I had to throw that out there. We don't want an Okeechobee. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Rick? Okay. Yes. Yeah. I mean, again, from a risk standpoint, anybody else can jump in here if you've got programs or procedures in place. But yeah, I would want to know. I mean, Bart and I would talk, and Jameson and I would talk, and Jim Sumner before Jameson would talk all the time. And I would call him and go, "Listen, you need to go over to so-and-so, man, because they got something going on over there." Or he would call me and go, "You need to come over here and look at this, because this is a hot mess, and I need your badge to come over here and tell them to stop." And I had no problem doing it. I sleep well at night. I mean, because at the end of the day, it's not about ego for me, it's about safety. Law enforcement, same thing. We're here for safety. I'm here for the safety of the staff and students of this campus, district, whatever.
Feel free to use Fizbit as a, hey, I just went through training, realized I'm supposed to be, checking these from a liability and insurance standpoint and doing a review. Do you have anything that you feel like is a kind of a high risk area? I'm going to make a folder. Can we talk about how I can start getting those and us working together if there's something that we can help support and kind of roll it out that way? And then again, you're leaving the responsibility with that department, and I think that's really important from a risk management standpoint. Unfortunately, you can't monitor all risk. You want him to feel like, okay, this is yours. I'm not taking it, but from an insurance risk standpoint, I'm supposed to kind of be supporting and oversighting and looking for risk and pointing that out and helping you. So let's talk about how I can do that. Yep.
Right. Yeah, and I think it's also one thing I'll bring up, because we're only one person, and I know in our district we got 42 sites. There's no way I could go out there and do it. So having that relationship, I know with Dave when he was in our district, it was he would come and share that information, which was vital for us to be able to go out and address those concerns, because I can't get to 42 sites and be able to see it. But if you utilize, not only your facilities, but your fire safety, even your safety, school safe personnel, to be able to have that relationship to where they can share that data or share that information with you, and then you can address it. Because there's no way you could do it. You're only one person, and I know in bigger districts it's really tough. Now, Gerald can just walk across the street and see it, but you know, it's tough in the bigger districts. So, you know, utilize your resources. That's what I would say.
Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, I was just gonna.
Test. Yeah, you might not need
I don't
one,
need the
Matt.
microphone. So yeah. When I work in school safety, one of the things that require
And that's something, again, that your fire person, whoever that is, whether it's your local AHJ or your on-staff person, should be catching those things. I mean, I would go through and check the hood systems. I would check the suppression systems. If they didn't have it, I'd shut the program down. You can't operate this. I mean, you know, again, the residential stoves in classrooms or home ec areas, you can't use this stuff. But the one thing, Sarah, to go back to what you were talking about, and again, I know some of you deal with this as well, whoever that person is under, and when that report comes out, you all got to be singing Kumbaya and holding hands, because nobody wants to see their dirty laundry or want their dirty laundry exposed. Nobody wants to be told what to do. Facilities directors don't like being told that you need to do this and you need to do that. But at the end of the day, we need to, you know, and I don't know how you do that because we're siloed sometimes, but get everybody on the same page about safety. I mean, again, one of my biggest issues when the whole MSD thing happened was law enforcement. They wanted to come in and change locks and do whatever and put door closers on them. Like, whoa, time out. You guys can't do that. So we got together with fire and law enforcement, and we came up with a plan of like, okay, this is how we're going to approach this. Because we're all on the same page. We want to save lives. That's why we're here. Thankfully, nobody's died in a fire in Florida in a school in 50 years. Yes, you're welcome. I got it. We've done our job. And now we're trying to help y'all do yours. But we don't want to go backwards and the pendulum swing the other way now, because now we have fires that are happening because of things that we just, it's not important. We don't need to do that. They can decorate their classroom like a Hallmark store. It doesn't matter. And that's an issue. But again, trying to get that relationship, that you're not coming in to tell them what to do or whatever, but you're trying to build that relationship like, hey, because a lot of times those people are under facilities. So they report to facilities. And you coming in from the outside, and Bart knows this, you coming in from the outside and going, hey, I need some information here. No, you're good. No, we don't want you coming in here and messing it up. No, we're not messing it up. We're trying to keep people safe. That's what we're trying to do. That's the end of the day. Because like I talked with other trainings, when the kid gets on the bus, the parent's expectation is it's safe, and I'm going to see my little baby at 3:45 or 2:45 or whatever, just get off that bus. Every single day. That's why we're here. Anything else? Thank you, folks.